Oh, there it goes. Howdy, howdy, good morning. Uh, figured I didn't know what I wanted to do today. But I figured, I don't know, maybe stream my process of trying to get this frickin' Xenoverse 2 mod to work. Cause why not? I've been thinking about doing something like this for a while anyway. I just didn't know if it'd be that fun to stream or interesting or whatever. I don't know, maybe it's good to like document my progress on getting this stupid thing to work. And I don't really have any. Dark Cloud? Anyway, I didn't know what to put as the category for this. I'm gonna put Xenoverse 2 because that's what we're gonna be messing with anyway. Hmm. I don't know, maybe some people might get interesting with how I even get this stuff to work. The project in question is my equipable movesets patch, which is working. It'd probably be better if I actually only switch over, huh? Which one? Just bam. Oh, and we lose connect. Is it sleeping? Actually. So I usually sit on like the title screen of this game for like hours. Which is why the game is just muted. I need there we go. There's my control. I can only listen to the title screen music for so long until I go insane, even more so than I already have from trying to code this stupid thing together. It's been the project I've been messing with for like the past probably almost a week already. I can't stop thinking about how trying to improve it, make it better than the first version I did. Because this is a mod I finished and released. It's just there was it was prone to crashing in some instances, and there's another bug which made visual effects like not appear. The idea is you would go to customize, fix chat, and then here you have different movesets. First one is set as Vegeta, but I changed that. I changed it. Like before, it used to show like the animation changing whenever you're swapping through. I need to get that part working again. But everything else seems to be working fine. Well, like, see, it's loading Supreme Kai Times moveset. It's the animation isn't fixed or anything. I didn't go through that much effort. I just want to get the patch working. Wow, I picked a really bright stage to show this off. But yeah, like the little orb effects in the first version of my patch, a bug that I didn't really encounter, but I guess everyone else did, where the visual effect wouldn't appear. Like custom movesets, now they do. So, what is it that I need to do? I have this to like same track over and over. Alright, so let's... Current patch. Before I just patched these 3 files, but since then I changed things up a bit. I'm patching how the game, like, basically sends over data from the CSS. Like before, when switching through the presets, like your current clothing and then preset 1 through 7, the game would basically never save what preset number you selected because it didn't matter. So I patched a part of the game to allow that to still happen, so I can use that info later. Makes it easier to do this part, the moveset setup. And I patched the files, and then I needed to make a brand new patch here for actually getting the effects to work, like I said earlier. Just my random rambling notes for whenever I'm trying to think of what to do. Right, so the mod works, but it only works offline, and that's something I want to try changing. What I want to get working is... You fix something. But I want to get... I want this to get to work online. And to do that, I need to change it as soon... Like, I need to get the moveset to actually start swapping, like, as soon as you start flipping through the presets here. Oops. Like, as soon as the user hovers over, like, one of their character saves here and, like, flips through the presets is when I gotta get the movesets to start changing. It can't be, like, after they select this, I think. It has to be right when they're already, like, cycling through it. Lag so bad, the ad can't even play properly. Dude, my money! Howdy, howdy. Currently, my moveset mod changes the moveset not here, but as soon as you're on the stage select screen, and by the time you do that, it's already too late to do it for online. Because I learned yesterday, or was it the day before? I was doing some testing with a friend of mine. that you get the online opponent's data as soon as they like enter on the select screen. Like as soon as they choose a character right there is when they send the data over. So that's why my plan here is to change the moveset even sooner than that, so that when they actually press X, I can have like the correct moveset ID sent over to the other user so that it'll work on their end. Turned audio only on and the ad isn't audio only. You're gonna see the ad. So what's my rambling? What was I getting off to before? Right. Last night, I couldn't get to sleep, so I spent like a couple hours messing with things. All this other rambling before, doesn't matter. This part is that. Okay, what I want to focus on. Yeah. These gray bytes don't matter. We'll get rid of that. I've learned here at 1109. I believe I still have that. Maybe not. I just need to fully restart the G engine. Redo all my set bookmarks and stuff. We'll set this as 3. But at this point here, when it does something. Oh, actually, hold on. Not array byte, 4 bytes. I need to find where it starts saving like the character ID whenever you select something. That becomes useful later. Trunks is 1A. There we go. We'll just have that down there. But right, whenever you select a character and actually press enter, it fills in this data here. Like I selected Trunks, so you can see it selected Trunks. Yeah, it's this costume 2, and then the other data is just zeros. At least for this preset. If I select here, I reach out one and go back, see the data change. 65. This is always 0, and that's what I want to change. This part doesn't matter, but this part does. It tells me it's from save 6. Actually, hold on. Maybe it isn't 0. Like, let's select preset 5. Okay, no, yeah. So it is saving that correctly. Preset 5, save slot 6. What I want to do, I guess, is right. I believe this code here, when it starts running this. Oops. Not now. Code ran just to clear the data there. Like if I select a character, go back here. This code here is when it starts writing like your selected character data into those slots, yeah? Like if I start, yeah, wrote the character ID, wrote the preset, etc. So that was my... That was my first idea. Get rid of that. For when it starts writing the data there, is when I'll go in and fix this value, the preset ID, to instead be the moveset ID. So that by the time it gets to the other person that you're fighting against, their game on their end will be able to assign the correct moveset ID. Which might just be enough, but but I want to do it earlier, because the first version of the patch, like the little animation that your character plays, like it used to change depending on what moveset that preset had on equipped, and I kind of want it to still do that. By the time it's already reading the data here, it's already too late. What I need to do... That's why I have this second part here. This is where data is stored. Full song. What I want to do is around here in this function call. When this, this function calls this other one in the middle of it. Like, it has data that gets filled in as you hover over characters. Like here. Like, you can see it has the same character ID, 65. That's the preset, which is here, and then I think... Well, I'm on the first, create a character, icon. So it's a 0, but around... here, I think. Either that or a little further in my notes. Okay, so it would be here? Oh, it'd be here, I think. If this is 40A... No, if this is 48, then this is 50. I guess we can confirm that if we actually just hover over something here. Let's hover over it. Yeah, okay. So it reads from here, here, and then here, and then fills that in up here. So I have all the info I need. Which is... the character ID, to make sure to create a character that we have selected. The costume ID, which is just the preset number, 0 through 7, and then the save slot ID. All I need to get to move that. I just gotta find when it actually starts changing these numbers. Here, have Trunks hovered over it as like a default thing. Break. Hover over my character here. Actually, be easier. Have it hovered over you and then swap the preset to 7. Okay, so we already have... Our... Right, that was another issue I have. Hold on. Do you start doing the CMS change around 2DE? Do I have that bookmarked? What am I, stupid? Oh, it must be here. We're doing this last night. Me? Yeah, okay. Alright, so that's, like, say we get this all set up correctly anyway. Like, change that to 9 since 9 is a moveset ID that it actually knows. Say we have that all correct anyway, and we go all the way to the part where it starts looking at the character's CMS to read the moveset, like animation files and whatnot. We want RBP to be 1. Like, we have the character ID in there still, yeah. But that's... it. Like, RBX just contains the offset for the... like, inside the CMS where it's currently at. RSI, RSP doesn't contain any useful information as far as I know. R9, I think, is the start of the CMS. R11 has, like, the character ID in it a few places, but that's it. When it gets to this point, it doesn't have the other 2 bits of data I need, being the save slot ID and the preset ID anymore. All it has is the character ID, because usually that's all it needs. Say yes, will you be banned? Banned from what? But when I code, I kind of just... I'm usually just talking to myself like this. I'm trying to, like... I usually go into insane bits of rambling. There's 6 here, but I don't know if that means, like, save slot. Even if it did, that doesn't help me. Coder smoter. As much as I may complain about coding, I do kind of enjoy it. Where are we? 22 double A DA. That's no. I is the offset to the character collect data just not 22AA? Is it just not here? $67. There's a 7 here, but I don't know if that means reset. Here, let's skip through all this. What if we go 6 here? Go to 6 here, skip through that once. Oh no, whatever this is still 7. Wonder what the 7 is then. Voice ID? This looks like... It looks similar to how the start of the character data looks inside a save file. I don't think we're in the save file right now though. What is even with that 6-7 garbage I keep seeing everywhere? I'm an old man, so I don't really keep up with what the kids be doing, yo. Day before doesn't have anything. Right? Like, what's this even a pointer to? I'd assume just... Oh, well, there's some offsets here, but I don't think any of these actually help me. The height of an NBA player forgot who? Real? Is that all it is? Surely not. Well, maybe I believe it. This area memory that I have listed as player lists before and after. Like, after you choose a character and go to the stage select, this data fills in with your character, like what character you are, their stats, what skills they have equipped, etc. And then after you select the stage, it sends it to another pretty much exact copy of that list. Or it's the same exact stuff. I'm not too sure why the game even does that. I think it's for whenever you have like things like limitations on. It can remove like the stats the game doesn't need or should disable, like the QQ bang or lowering your player level down to like 50 or whatever it is whenever you play with limitations on. I don't know, I don't PvP. My friend Reach Out would know a bit more about that. And that's what I was doing before. Like, as soon as the data got filled in here is when I started doing moveset checks, but that's too late. I need to do it early. Of course, I wouldn't find anything to safe up. There has to be... Because we go here and subtract it by like, move that window. Subtract it by like 430A. And we get this. This is where it starts. Oh, why did I put a pointer here? This is where the game starts to like look at data and whatnot. So this is around where I want to do it too. But I tried searching for this offset. Oops. But no part of the EXE actually has a pointer to this, so I don't know. A. I wish it would separate like the address into 2 byte chunks. 022A AD A5. I forgot that I had to do this backwards. Seems stupid like that. 4-1. So it's DO 4-1 A5 82A 2. Oops. Right, that was my bad. Array of light. There's pointers to it. And the patcher uses it, but I can't grab it from the patcher. Or if I can, I don't know. Writing the E-patch, I could only really access pointers from the game itself. I can't do it from... I can't just grab a pointer from a DLL. Is there no pointer like this? Like close to... RSP or RSI? Like 7cc2 brings these three to 2F AE, but these are like pretty far ahead. Seven C2F. Is it still EE? Well, say we go to the earliest version of this. The stack. Does this change RSI or RSP? Yes. And that's bad. will just cause tons of issues for me. Why's the return address all messed up? Alright, what if we stop it before it wants to do the jump? Okay, okay. I wouldn't want to stop it like each time it tries accessing the CMS, because it reads the CMS for like, at least on the character select screen, like 4 different times. If possible, I'd like to just reuse the code. Hold on, before we even call this function, do we have the values for where this would even show up? What do we have in RAX? Garbage data, right? What we have in here is what it last loaded. Animation. Lady 228. 8541DO is in here. How far away is this from my jump instruction? Not that far. But is it always gonna be like, what is this? 216 bytes? Where did I grab this? From RBX? Go to CMS. CMS again. I don't know why it has that in there like multiple times. This doesn't look like useful information to me. That was RSP, I think. Nope, I think I was looking at RDI or something. Yeah, RDI. RSP doesn't look like it has any useful information. Yeah, I'm seeing nothing. Nothing in here. RA is the file, or rather the value it's trying to load from the CMS. Nothing all that useful. Although, kind of, I guess. It's close to what I was gonna read before. Something that's already in... Right, I think that's when we swap to preset 7. All I'm seeing is the 6 here. Probably info that doesn't matter. Alright, so what? RBX. And then 216 bytes. That always gonna be there? If we swap ahead for it to load like another file. RBX changed. Or rather, it's still the same actually. Reset 6. So is that what I was looking at before? Were you just something random? You were. Why did I have a you breakpoint? Oh, probably another function I was talking about. Get that out of here. Like, none of that data looks important to me. Alright, R8 is 0, so we would skip this anyway. That's... I believe when the first file tries to load it, obviously the ECS, and we never want to change that. That should always stay the same no matter what. We just let it load that. And the character as normal. And then we get here, R81. It's trying to load the second file, which I believe is the EAN, the animation file. So if we look at RBX here, from when it gets to this point, 216 is this pointer. And that one's important because if we just go to the start of it, and then we go to like, plus what was it, 448? Oh, it's, I did a bit. It's supposed to be 438 for the create a character ID, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, 38, and then 48 costume. Yeah, okay. That brings us to all the info we need. And we let it load that again. RBX. Alright, it seems to be consistent. This file wouldn't happen to be anywhere before or closer. Okay. Has to be the 216 bytes away. As long as it's consistent. Right, what do you do with the value inside RBX? Get inside here. Oh, the call is just pushing it up ahead to this point. Right. A little confused why I didn't move there. Oh, you push RSI, which is the map. Back from that. Here, let's. Move whatever that is into REX. What even is this? Oh, and then you're Zoring that. Okay. But what do? R9 in that, CX. Test our side. Do some... Oh, you're moving RBX into RSP plus FA. So what? I would grab it from there. Then I could go there and then go 216 bytes in. My plus FA. It's this that you wrote. Still... Right, did I not do this part quick? Get rid of these. Except that one. Add that as a pointer. Did I not do that? Route. Okay, there we go. And then we do 216, and there's the offset that we need. Okay. RSP plus FA. I gotta play Ratchet and Clank again. I miss it. Oops. Working out, but... Oh, we don't care about the full-on function. What we do care about is that get a pointer here, and then that plus what is 216 freaking bytes? You think I'd be able to D8? You think that maybe I'd be able to convert X into decimal and... or not decimal, but X? DC, whatever. Ah, that should mean decimal. Or whatever. I think I'd be able to convert between the two pretty seamlessly, considering how much I around on. There we go. How much I like hex edit things and code garbage and literal assembly. It's already been like an hour. I can do this for like actual literal hours. And then with this... this is a pointer we're grabbing from the brackets around that, so that's easier to identify. And with that brings us to... I guess we can call it start offset, and then that's how we get the data here. Is that true by the time we actually get... it should be, right? But we're not doing any calls or like jumps that are past where I start to do my garbage here. Like, just move that breakpoint down. Like, as soon as we get here, or starts to do the whatever for getting the data it wants from the CMS. We go back to RSP, was it? What is FA? Be like 32 bytes more than that. So what? 248. Damn, I'm good. Maybe I can convert. Oh, and yeah, that would be here. Pointer, which is going to be the exact same here. Okay. Okay, so I think we gotta... I think we got a plan for being able to get the moveset loaded by the time it starts reading the CMS. We can... How do we... I'm thinking a bit, because whenever you do like story quests, for example, you don't get the character select screen, it just puts you into quest. So how do I... Oh, actually, no, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Whenever we get to this point in the code... Well, no, because this code is ran... It's always ran, like even when it starts loading the character normally for a quest. That's what I want to do, right? Alright, when it gets to the CMS loading... Or, no, we can check it just by starting a battle, because... No. I keep second-guessing myself. There, we'll quickly fly over and do the time nest to start a story quest to see what the game is doing then. And assembly sucks. I wouldn't recommend learning how to code things in assembly, and I definitely wouldn't recommend doing it the way I've been doing it. Just like setting breakpoints and editing stuff through cheat, and there's gotta be easier ways, but I wouldn't know what that is. Time Patroller here. So when we get to this point, yeah, loading my character data. So what is in... Yeah, what is in RSP FA? I believe. We have this here. Why does my window always keep getting longer? I never understood that. Like, it keeps expanding. And it bothers the hell out of me. Alright, RSP 48, and then from this point, D8. It's all Fs. 216, right? Yeah. That's for like the first file, which we skip anyway. Let's do it again. Alright, RSP. D8. Now it's leading somewhere else. Now it's leading here. Actually, isn't this a condition I have set? Like, we go in here, I do random checks. At the end, or I guess not the end. I have this tacked onto the end because I'm fucking bad at coding, and I forgot to do it. It's meant to be happening at the start, but what I'm doing is I'm checking for RPP being 0. That's, if it's 0, then that means it's trying to read the character BCS. So we do that and return back to normal code execution without modifying anything. If it's not 0, we check R15 to be 1. If it's 1, then that means it's loading like quest cutscene files for the character. And we don't want it to change that at all. Winning? No. Is there another... Here, let me just let it run through that. I took a screenshot what the registers were at that point in time to see if maybe something is noticeably different. There's gotta be some way the game knows. Well, hold on. Another thing I could try doing is checking what the state of the 2-player lists are. Right, the moveset did load. Visual effects too? Yeah. Hope I can defeat him. Raditz is tough. Alright, by the time he gets to here, hold on. Still load? Oh, I didn't set a breakpoint because I'm stupid. I gotta reload the quest again. Like, why isn't it taking so long? Why isn't it stopping? Alright, this time for real. Actually set the breakpoint. gonna eat. I'm gonna be here for like the next few hours. I can do it? I don't believe so. Alright, we skip 0 because we don't care about that. What's the state of player list before at this point? Ah, hold on. For starters, get that. We have in here some less garbage. Get that out. This data down here is usually... That's something only with player list before. How's... No, that is... filled in, but is it always filled in? This should be what? The F? Oh, yeah, here. And here's where it's... Let me think. When I start grabbing data from the CMS, I grab data from... I grab data from the player list after. Then I start doing my garbage. All this right here, I'm gonna have to rewrite, by the way, to get the online garbage working. I'm not looking forward to that. But I check player list after, and I check specifically for if this is empty. If it's empty, then there's no data that's useful for us here yet. It didn't populate it from what we selected for our characters. If it's 0, it goes back to normal queued execution, does nothing else, I believe. Equal goes here, returns values to what they should be. Why the hell are you jumping all the way to test EAX? Oh no, because that's what you should be doing at the end before you return one of the functions that got removed to put the jump in there. Okay, no, that makes sense. On the character select screen, player list after wouldn't be initiated yet. This would be 0, so maybe... Maybe that's where you branch on how to handle things. Alright, I basically have 2 different functions. One for when you're actually loading to a battle or quest or something, such as this. And then another for the CMS. And all I do to... or the CMS, the CSS, the character select screen. And which one it... which, like, block of code it triggers will depend on... if player list after is already has something in here. Already has data that we can read. Okay. Where are you? Yeah. I already have you in like my history here, right? Yeah. Okay, I think I know what to do. Oh, first, for the time being, I want to return you to normal code. Well, we'll let you just finish all your normal code execution first, before I start messing with the opcodes here. I will not have the game crash on me. It's real annoying real fast. Okay, let's return fully to the time vault. There we go. Too many things here, and they all look the same. Here, we'll set you as the only empty spot here. I'm not gonna remember what all of these are. I'm getting distracted. Breakpoint, just in case it tries to run this as I'm changing it. But you return to that. Yeah. And then do this. Oops. Bro. Oh, there we go. That's back to normal. A little too far ahead. Here we go. Okay, so will I even be able to write what I want to write in this section, or do I have to move it down for it? I think we want to keep it up until this point, and then everything else we get rid of. What this is doing is checking what the player ID is. Or the current character ID, rather. I have it compared to 5, because if it's larger than that, then it's a character outside, like, the normal 6 that can even exist in, like, versus matches and whatnot. Doing, like, 3v3s. Or even raid battles. But anything higher than that is just gonna be like a NPC or a CPU. I'm wondering if I even need to do this track. Probably don't. I'm probably just wasting space with that check. In that case, not that out so I see what I'm dealing with. We're just gonna fill this with empty space so I can start rewriting things. Okay. So we get to the part where it wants to load from the CMS. We check if player list after has data in it. When you start loading a quest, that will always have data, so I don't need to have any other checks there. What I do need to check is R15. Or not 0 to 1, right? If it's 1, then it's loading. Like cutscene stuff. Knobs there. Make it easier to tell where I'm putting jumps. Actually, I was wondering if I could write this to be smaller. Maybe. Move that into R8. 1, 2, 5. Probably not. I was thinking move the RA, add 8 to do a test. Like, I doubt I can do something like this. Alright, yeah, that's probably the easiest and quickest way to do that. We can easily do a test on RBP, though. And it's equal. If it's equal, then we jump to normal code execution. Otherwise, we do compare on R15. Finally, for 1, our last check. And then here's where we'll have the coterie door thing, right? What are we getting here? Call or a jump? I think the jump. That's 7, did I? So it would be pop our 11 back onto stack for 10 for 9 for Return those. Do the original thing. Yeah. Do the ass. Then jump back. Yeah. Alright, what do we... What did you try handling first? Loading the moveset on the character select screen? I'm gonna need more, more coffee soon. Keep sipping at it slowly as we're here. Think so. We'll handle that. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm thinking. I think before we do all this, let's first check if the character ID is even create a character. I do something similar to this. Just copy that. Just copy and paste that code later. Yeah. There we go. So you want this code up into 30, eh? Yeah, that's easy enough for me. Copy that. Paste that back. Gotta keep in mind that's D78. Here, erase that. Alright, what we should be doing... Yeah, we'll move... RDX into RA. We'll move... our AX into R9. I don't think we need to keep RAX. Actually, no, we need to use that value later if we actually do go through with changing the moves. Alright, no, yeah, that's fine. We clear RAX. Okay, and what do we do? Alright, do that. You compare the 9. I feel like I can remove... Ah, whatever. We test it. There we go. Have a jump equal instruction. Then we go back. Get the code we were in before. Paste it. And that is wrong. You want it to be... There we go. Okay, so if it's not a cast character, the value that ends up setting is 0, so we want... If it's a cast character or not a correct character, you go back to the default code. There we go. Compared to 0, if it's 0, we just do a different block of code. Else we're testing RBP. If that's 0, then we definitely want to go here. If it's not 0, we fall through and check if this is 1. Yeah. When loading from the CMS, I don't think R15 can ever be... Or CMS, CSS. I'm getting them like confused. I think that could ever be anything other than... like actual offset. I don't think we gotta worry about that. Right, okay. So at this point we have important values in RDX, or rather in R8 and R9. R8 has like the character ID, and R9 has the CMS offset it's currently at. The value that's in RBX. I don't know why I went to go view that. As if it would have any actual useful information. Alright. So we're working on the 0 part. How far are you even jumping currently to get that 1E? I don't think we have to worry. Alright, so we want this. We're currently not using PDX or RAX. We'll just shove this into RAX. Ooh, into REX the pointer at RSP plus F8. And then move it again. What's in REX? Or move into REX again, yeah. What's currently in there plus D8? Triple check that, yeah. 7 bytes long. Alright, and that should be where we can start getting our stuff. To make this a bit shorter, we'll add 438 to that value. Add 438 to REX. That way we can... If I just do EAX. No, that's gonna shorten it if I do that. I need to keep it REX. That'll save us some space later from when... Whenever we start getting what our ID should be. Okay, so... we can move... the character ID that we saved earlier, yeah. From R8 back into RDX, to keep that simple. Then we can move... let's see. I'm trying to remember the whole process that I need to actually do to get moveset ID. We get the character, we get the preset, it should be... Or we don't care about the character yet, actually. What we care about is the save offset and the preset. So maybe I should focus on that first. Alright, then we move... let's use RDX instead for the costume ID, which is the preset that's currently selected. If we're already here, then that's only 10 bytes ahead. So we move into... yeah, move into EDX. What's in REX plus 10. That should be the preset ID. Save slot ID be 8 more above that, so 18. Right? 38 plus 18. And we'll move this. And R10 then. Or we should make sure R10 is clear, because I don't know what kind of data that's going to have in it. Then we move into... oops. Into R10, which REX plus 18. So that'll have our save slot ID. And how do we go about getting... Had it written down something like here. No, I think in this block of code is where I actually read to say... no. Oh yeah, this is how I do it. Part of the moveset pad. Moveset setup. Alright, so this part I need to also change. Because we're getting the moveset earlier now. Or not. Not exactly earlier. Gonna have a bit of code redundancy. We're doing this here for whenever... Right, whenever we're loading the animations from the CSS. This part should also be rewritten at the top then. Because I think while we're getting values from the CSS, we should also correct the values? I think so. I'm thinking more about how this should be handled. Alright, just think about it. We're on the character select screen. Like, if we have the code here working as we want it to, and we do the cool stuff, the animation changes. And while it's changing, or while we're changing it, do we want, or are we assuming that the moveset ID is already fixed by this point? Was that the original plan? Because this is for schemas loading while on the CSS. C. Oh, not 6. 612 BFO. Didn't I? Neither. There's 2 ways I can go about this. Change it once the No, I shouldn't change the model ID as we're looking at the... Or as the game is trying to load the... like, model files for the character on the character select screen, because... if you just what happens if you just mash through the character select to like just quickly select your like your main character's preset that you have at the very start? Would the game even get the chance to try to load those files? Would it skip that code entirely? Okay, so what we should... By the time we get to the CMS code, I think we should assume that the moveset ID was already changed and in place correctly. So we shouldn't be looking at the save at all. Okay, so at this point we don't need the save slot or the save slot ID or even the character ID. What we need is the costume ID, which is what we're loading here. Okay. Good. Get rid of this code. At this point, we'll assume it's what we want. What we want to do is... just test it. Right, and then if it's 0, that means... or... Right, no, okay. I'm trying to remember how I even use moveset IDs. 0 means default moveset. Oh. Okay, yeah, so if it's 0... should we be using EDX for this? It'd be easier on me, I think. Because I think we want to keep a player ID. Maybe we just move this all down a smidge. Are you even jumping to the correct place? You are not. We'll fix that in a bit. I thought I did something special here. At the pop at 67 here. We wanna restore EDX before going through all this, and we put EDX into R8. Do we also wanna put REX back? I guess. I don't think it's used anymore. Right? If we do this... oh, we're moving something to EAX anyway. I don't think we care too much about restoring it at the very end, other than making sure that it's actually, like... Probably just making sure that it's empty. We probably still want to clear it then, yeah. Alright, sure. Probably some redundancy there, but whatever. We clear RAX. We move into RDX what we have in R8 for the character ID. And then we have the rest of my garbage here. And this is meant to jump back to here. Let's fix that. Doing myself like the past few days. Right. That's still fine. This is still fine. Like, we don't need to do this restoration garbage here, but I mean, we might as well, right? Yeah, it just goes back to there, that's whatever. This... If it's 0... we want it to go... here to 80. But it's not 0. Player list after is already filled. We test RBP. Oh, we want to test RBP first, actually. Yeah. I'm just realizing that if we do it second, then if this is trying to load stuff from the character select screen, then I never do the 0 check for that. Right, okay. Character check. RBP check, and then we check if it's character select screen where it's like in the middle of loading a quest or a battle. Test. It's equal to the end, else we do... Why do I feel like I suddenly have way more bytes than I should? Oh, cause I still need to do the... Right, I never put the freaking actual address in R8 first. Move that. Okay, there we go. Then we compare it. And then we have that. Okay. Now everything fits into place. The test. If it's equal to cast character, so we go here to 60. SRPP. If it's equal, it's loading the first value to BCS. So we don't want that. Go back to the original code. Then we do one more check if player list after, if it's loading like into actual battle and not character select screen. If this is equal to 0, here we go here, and we compare this to 1. If it's not equal, we jump ahead to wherever our other bit of code will be for loading from quests and battles. For now, that stays empty. But should remember that we want this to be not. Want this to be a jump not equal instruction. Alright, we're back on track. Just in case, what I like to do is copy. In case the game like crashes while I'm testing something, I want to be able to restore whatever written down without much effort. I like to copy and paste the code in like the hex editor on the side here. There's gotta be easier ways to do stuff like this. Anyway, where were we? Check the character. Check what it's trying to load. Check what kind of load it is. Battle or on the character select screen. And here it's character select screen. We get the correct offset into RAX for where the moveset ID would be. Because we're at this point, we just, as soon as we get to loading things from the achievement, we assume that the moveset ID is already there and what it should be. So we move that, test it to check if it's 0. And then if it is 0, then it's a normal. Then we don't want to change the moveset. Like what it's trying to load. Load like all the default stuffs. So if it is 0, then we go back. Normal code, let it go there forever. If it's not, then this is where we would start checking the stuff. But I think what I want to do before we start getting too far is write down how much space do I got left? Oh, this is gonna get chunky. Because I think I can avoid writing some redundant code. I can use the same like block for calculating the ID for both of these types of functions. or if on and off the character select screen. What data do I need for that to correctly work? I need the character ID, and I need the moveset ID, and that's it? Yeah. So once we're here, we have the... Yeah, once we're here, we have the moveset. The moveset ID in EDX. I wonder if I should change that to be... no. Keeping the original character ID in RA, I think is better. Because we need a fallback. Like, if it goes through the entire CSS and doesn't find the moveset ID corresponds to, then I want it to be able to go back to what the original character ID was. Speaking of, we should swap these. We should Zor REX here. Restore. Yeah, that way we can just... Like, if we actually do find the ID we want to, we don't want to restore the ID back to what it was. We want to keep the new ones, so we keep RDXS. Yeah. Coffee's almost gone. It's been about 2 hours. Give me... And it's probably good that I don't sit down and stare at the screen for like 5-8 hours straight like I usually do whenever I'm coding things. So let me... Give me a couple minutes, maybe a few. 5 or so at the very most. To get up, get more coffee, my legs, etc, etc. And I'll be back with more of this garbage, I guess. See you in a bit. Alright, I guess back to the dumb garbage. Oh, come on. Okay. Ooh. Alright, so we're writing the code up to something. Right, we're determining what info we have at the end of our check here. We have moveset ID and EDX. Moveset ID and EDX and RA as our original character. That's good enough. We should try doing the same thing. Access violation. Bro, my code. That's why we that's why we saved it in a freaking thing. What if I push enter there? Nope. Escape? What do you mean access violation? What did I accidentally tap? You good? Oh, it's like stupidly unresponsive. Oh. Uh-oh. Did we actually? Oh, no. That. Why you? Access violation. What did I do? Uh-oh. Let me see if I can salvage the garbage I've written. It's gonna take a while. Each click takes like 10 seconds. Why? do you mean? Okay, it just straight up crashed. Oh. My Chi engine. Actually, I didn't need it. I just needed a reboot. Oops. Newer version. Oh man, all the freaking all the bookmarks I set. I don't wonder why you can't save the bookmark. Here, let me swap back to that. Thought I had to do some garbage and whatchamacallit. Thing? Oh. I thought I had to do some garbage task manager, so I went to the every screen. Well, oh well. Where were we? My bookmarks. We were basically around here. Why do I have caps lock on? I don't know why it thought my game would crash as soon as I closed Task Manager, but I'm glad it didn't. Still have our code that we're writing. Yeah, we got the jump equal, else we're gonna jump ahead to somewhere else, and then here is where we'll finally have this go? We could have it go a little further, actually. How large is our code to, like, check the, moveset even gonna be... What do we need to do that? Oh, we don't have the values up to the side. I think at this point what matters, EDX has the moveset, R8 has the character code. So how do we... I think we... Follow that. I think we need to do what we do. Right, 84. I don't think it's exactly all of this, but should get us close enough. Alright, what we're doing... Right, we also put the original... Do we need REX at this point anymore? No. We can move R9 to RAX. Still keep the original layers back up, so... Moving to REX, what we have at in R9. That's gonna be the original offset, like the original EMS like ID character, basically index. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. Almost. We want to calculate what the... I'm gonna calculate what the moveset, like, character ID should be at the very end. Calculate this greeting. Ah, shut up. Right, since EDX already has the moveset ID, I think what we want to do, we can still keep the original character ID backed up, is use our N. Right, because we're using R9 for something already. We're not using R10 yet. Okay, so move R9 to R10. That will give us a character ID to... Or not R9, R8. Move R8 into R10. That will give us something to mess with. Alright, so we wanna... multiply the character ID by 100. We wanna subtract 1 from the... What's shorter? Subtracting or adding like -1? That's the same thing no matter what. I guess it doesn't matter which way you do it. Add -1, subtract 1. It's all 3 bytes anyway. Alright, and then we add... we have an R10 and the EDX. There we go. So if our character ID was 65101, then we'll multiply it by 100, making 10100. If our moveset ID was 9, and it subtracts that and make it 10. It'll be 10108. But end up being our final ID in EDX here. Oh, just changing that to EDX, just keep it as RDX. Whatever, it's 3 bytes anyway. Is my big brain emote? Isn't that a... Oh, you could probably just get that with channel point. I forget what tier I even put that on. I think I might have put it under free. Like basic, just following tier. Probably. I don't have many fancy emotes. I was thinking of subscriber badges. Since I don't have any of those. Like, I have the little Saiba turtle as an emo, I think. Jedward. I wonder how many people still remember that I'm the one who created that Jed emote, and it was like during a game of Jackbox, who knows how many years ago now. But right, I thought of... I'll... Like, originally, I was gonna set up a Patreon thing, but that's too much work for me. I was gonna have, like, a little Cyber Turtle icon. Like, I have a Cyber Turtle, like, emo. Oops. Dude, my turtle. Give it back. Let me enlarge it. I have this, and then I was thinking I might as well reuse what I was making for, like, my Patreon tiers for a Patreon that doesn't exist. We can have a silver one, and then a gold one. I didn't make a bronze one. Maybe I should. I was kind of thinking the colored one could be the bronze one. But maybe I can make a bronze one anyway and have it be like 4 tiers. For how long people have been subscribed. Saiyan Satan one submitted. Did I submit that one? I don't remember doing that at all. I'm getting distracted. What am I supposed to be doing? Right, we're calculating what the moveset should be. Alright. So at this point, RBX has what... RBX has the offset into CMS for what character it's currently looking at. We moved R9 into REX. R9 being the ID. So we can reuse this code. We wanna... We'll just put knobs here for that being a jump later. If it's equal, then we found our code and we jump to the end. Each entry in the CMS is 54 bytes long, or I guess 84 bytes. 54 in hex. It's comparing RAX to RCX. What's an RCX? RCX is... Right, it's seeing if the ID is like... over, under, yeah. There we go. And... if it's less... then it jumps back to the start here. Alright, there we go. If it's a less, continue it to bin. If we found it... if it ends up going over, then what we want to do is probably go back up here and restore things back to how they should be. Yeah. Oh, we probably want to do a little bit more. Like, this is restoring the character code, but we also want to... do this again. Restore the original... oh, we also want to back up RBX if we're going to be altering it here, huh? But before we do any of this... Right, this is at AC. Yeah, before doing any of this, we want to back up what's currently in RCX. So we'll put that in R11. Move into R11, which is in RCX. There we go. We shove this stuff here. Or not RCX, RBX. Right? Yeah, RBX. RCX we're not altering at all. Alright. Move into RBX, which is in R11. Oops. Forgot to move instruction at the start of that. Starting to run out of space. Oh, I can always move it. This block of code somewhere else. If it ends up being greater and we don't find it, restore RAX, the original like EMS index it was at before we did anything. But R11 and RBX, the original CMS offset it was at before we altered things. And jump over here, we'll restore the character ID and pop the values back where it was. Yeah, okay. If it did find it, then we jump ahead. Or actually, if it did find it, and we keep EDX as it is, or do we restore it? I think we might want to restore the character ID back to what it was. Just in case. Hang Castle is the banger. I kind of want to replace Sonic Heroes. It's been who knows how long. But then I'm remembering the like Team Chaotix missions, and I don't know if I want to do all. I don't know if I want to do all that. I remember spending like an hour or so looking for like a missing Chow or something, or was it like a cell phone? It was something on I think the casino level for Team Chaotix. It's either a missing Chow or like you gotta break a box and get like the walkie-talkie or something. All I remember is it taking me way too long. Right, if it's equal, we don't need a restorer. The index or the offset, obviously not the offset. We might want to restore character ID, so I don't know if it uses that elsewhere after. It's probably fine. I think we... Equal, we got everything we need. We go back to original code. Okay. Now let's see... This ends up... Okay, yeah, it's still 2 bytes. Nothing worse than that one Arc mission in Shadow the Hedgehog. I beat Shadow the Hedgehog once when I was like in middle school or something. Or maybe even twice. I wanted to try out like a different like story path. And that was so long ago, I don't remember... I don't remember much, actually. Maybe that's for the best? I do remember liking the game. Thinking of, when you played oh no, when you played it, you definitely didn't play with that mod that improved the game a bit, did you? One of your favorite paths is evil until you meet Amy and then you go hero? Did not play with, oh, you played the original as the developers intended, I see. I remember there being a mod that fixed a lot of bugs and made things overall not as janky as it is. Alright, so how we're writing the code here. We got the... Yeah, let's back up our code again. I forgot what the Shadow the Hedgehog mod was even called. I think this music's buzzing up my memories because now I'm just thinking about Ratchet and Clank again. You know what? I'm gonna replay Ratchet and Clank. Again. Probably later near the end of the year. Listening to the Ratchet and Clank music always puts me in a mood to play it again. Usually I just replay the first one, but maybe I'll replay the third one for once. I could also replay Rift Apart. Rift Apart is fun. Just all of them are fun. I even enjoyed the movie tie-in game, as horrible as that one was compared to the rest. Alright, so... when we get to... Alright, when it's doing the... checks if it's create a character. Checks if we're reading the BCS part. So we can go back to original code if it is. It checks if player list after is even loaded. If it's not, we do the character select screen portion of the code. If it is, then we check for R15. If it's 1, then it's loading cutscene files, and we don't want to change any of that. If it's not... fine, there's too many branching paths in this code. If it's not, and it's loading actual character data for, like, the battle request, then... what do we want? At this point, just like before, we assume that the moveset ID is already fixed. And we don't need to do any extra, like, work. What we need to do is figure out where this moveset ID is, and I think to do that... branching paths, that's the reference shadow. Coding in general, reference shadow, I guess. You know what? My mood changes based on what music I'm listening to. Because now I listen to this, I'm like, oh man, playing The Binding of Isaac again would be pretty cool. Gelatin brand gelatin, definitely jiggling. Right, at the end, we want EDX to have the moveset ID. REX can be used to start getting the offset where that's stored. So, what do we do? We want to get what the current player ID it's loading is. How did I sort that out? Ah, here. Xenoverse 2 PvP music? I have the game muted for a reason, dude. The music... I can't listen to it anymore. Especially the freaking title screen and, like, character creation music. That's... I don't know how many hours I've listened to those two specific tracks already. From just having the game open, like, in the background as I mess with stuff like this. Right, so move into RAX, pointer here. And then, hold on. We go here. I think we want to load this pointer here. So we would need to add 8 to RAX. And then from this point at 18... No, that's not right. Is it? Oh, no, I got it wrong. We move what we have here. So we go here. And then we load, like, because, yeah, doing that loads this one into memory. Which puts us here if we use RAX. And then we want this, right? This one, like 8 bytes ahead. And then from here, right, this looks familiar. And then here, FA, okay. Right, so then we move into RAX. What's in... what we got going on there? And then we move into RAX. What's here, I think. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, I forgot to move. And I think that is our priority, right? You know what? Yeah, let me just, where's... just drop this into, like, B. Okay, set that. How do I do the check? Ah, this is how I did it. Right. Okay. You just start playing Hang Cap. No, this is Mystic Mansion, right? I can't... They sound familiar to me. I get them confused all the time. It might just be the Hang Castle again. Alright, so... Wait, I'm loading the... Oh, that's offset's gonna be wrong because I pasted the code somewhere else. So do that. Move 8 into it. We could move... We could do this, but since we're gonna compare it to like 5 anyway, we save a couple bytes by just doing a compare like that. D word is 4 bytes? I think doing it as a word, yeah, makes it longer. It's just better just to do that compare like that. Alright, so... Yeah. So we want to do a jump above. If it's above this, then it's a player ID that we shouldn't try to swap the moveset for. Right? Because yeah, in PvP and quests, players can only occupy slots 0 through 5. Player 1 through 6. I don't think there's like... I don't think there can be a player 7. I think everything beyond that is always like NPCs and CPUs. Probably... Yeah, we'll probably just go here so that absolutely everything gets restored. Okay. Right, jump above. Just do there and start going to... Man, oh, why is RAX... Hold on, this doesn't seem right. Is it because I'm moving into RAX? Huh. I guess we can move into R10, not like we're gonna be using that. Also move into RDX, but I mean... Right, because REX is used... I had this issue before. Oh, man. Alright. We'll just move into R10. I think that's... That's 1 extra byte. That's what I was wondering why I didn't use something like REX in code. Just knock that out. Alright, I'm glad I caught that. That the freaking offset was far larger than it ever should have been. It's okay to be using REX for this, now that I'm thinking about it. I think so. I think I do similar stuff. I mean, if we have issues, we know where the issue... we know where the problem lies and how to fix it. I'll just assume it works for now. Alright, if it's above, it's just like player 6, or I guess character 6, character 7 rather, and above, then go back and do normal stuff. Else, we know that this is a character we can start getting data for. Okay. We just need to get the moveset ID. We don't need to do anything else fancy. At this point, we know player after has what we need, so we can... we can just reuse R10 for this. Move into R10, the pointer here. I forgot the comma. Add 74 to it. That we're at the correct spot. Or no, we want the player ID rather. Okay, don't... Okay, yeah, move this into R11. And actually change the... No, we're comparing, we're not moving. Maybe we do... it's just so many... We do want to move instruction along with the compare. Because we're gonna need the player ID so that we know where to get the moveset ID from. Okay. Yeah. Plus 18. That should... Keep that for later. Then we do compare our 10D to 5. Wasting a whole lot more bytes when I don't got that many left. But I think I can fit it. It's above. Right, so R10 has... Just double checking. Alright, 8. Yeah, 8 and 9 are the important values that we care about. 10 and 11 are expendable. Like 10 we're only using until we actually get to the part where we calculate stuff. Right, then we move the moveset into EDX. Like once we get the moveset ID, we move it to EDX, and then we can just jump to here and use the code like normal. REX gets restored. R10, then we do some character ID stuff. Yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Running out of bytes! I multiply R10D or into R10. R10D times 1FO? It's fucked. Need another move instruction. Anywhere I can cut down on base. Probably save like 1 or 2 bytes, but I need way more than that. We can move everything else down. Hoping I didn't need that much space. But I guess I'm doing 2 different things in this one function, so... I can move things up. We're gonna need to change this block of code anyway. Like, what this does is calculate what the moveset ID should be, and since we're doing things at a different point, because where are we doing this? We're doing it here. Yeah, this is where it writes the custom ID to before, and by then it's too late. Or too after, rather. Maybe before, one of them. But by then it's too late, and we need to have a different method entirely. We'll just copy what that code is as a backup. We probably... to go where that function is. What am I looking for? Just a jump instruction, not a call? Oh yeah, I guess a jump would make sense. Are you... compared to like D, which is here, okay. Yeah, and then jump, there you are. So what were you originally? You were this. You... I don't think we... Start out with the original code. Then you... Now we can move things up a bit. And we can keep our other code the same. We're moving it up, what, 30 bytes? Here, let's... Putting this in my hex editor, this save... Da-da-da-da-da. Everything's up 30 bytes, so... Fill that with the C's... Start at 800, yeah. Okay, I need to fix the offsets now. Ah. At least when I'm calling to certain pointers. Like this one. Could be 78? Yeah. Just checking for after, right? We move backwards, so we gotta add 30 bytes to things. Like when we go here. I forgot where this needed to be. Here. Is 30 bytes ahead? A, B, C, D, yeah. D5. I wasn't sure if that needed to be corrected. And what is this? A? E, A? I guess I can make sure here. Wherever I have this saved, 16 to be A8. Because we're looking at player list after again, and we're back to where we should be with a whole bunch more space. That's correct. That's within this code block. Code block of this. Correct, because we're replacing that. Yeah. And getting that. 7-8, because we're checking this again. We're in player list after. At 74, multiply player ID by this, since each character data thing is 496 bytes long, always. Any other checks we need to do? We know for sure this is create a character by this point. And the moveset ID should already, or the costume ID rather, and the character data should already be replaced by the moveset ID at this point. So we just need... Yeah, okay. We just add... in the R11, was it? Just add R10 to R11. And then... What is EDX been used for up to this point? Nothing, right? Not equal... Yeah, we only use R10 and 11 up to this point. It is equal... It restores things, go back to it. This... I'm writing a whole bunch of code for things I haven't tested yet. I haven't been testing as I write it. That's that way I left all this extra space just in case I need to add extra things. But so far this seems to be fine. Alright, so once we're here... we move into EDX. What we have, R11 plus 4. And then we're good to start... Oh, we go here, actually. Go over here. Test EDX. Like, testing if the moveset ID is 0 or not. If it's 0... then we go back to restoring things. Just getting the default values back. However, if it's not 0, then we start doing the... we start looking for the moveset ID. I think... this works out... quite a bit of extra space. Didn't need that much, like 8 more bytes. We'll leave it like that. Get rid of these older chunks of code. I forgot what I was looking at with this stuff. But I probably don't need them. Doesn't start at 830 anymore, starts at 800. Yeah. And we're still changing the same offset here. Changing this, we have the test. And when we jump back to here, D5. The jump equal instruction, yeah. So this should be good now. That open. This stuff can stay the same. This, we're gonna have to change how we get... see if the game crashes when we go check out the character select screen, or try to do anything in the game. Alright, it took a while to load there. I thought maybe it crashed, but no, we got the loading screen. Alright, oops. I love looking at loading screens. Especially my own. If I had a choice, I would have removed the Capsule Corp logo. Oh, it's freaking Frieza! It's freaking stupid invasion animation was loading. It wasn't me walking to the time nest at all. I thought I accidentally went back into the time nest. Right, since we got rid of loading the actual, like, or fixing up what the moveset ID should be in the costume ID, since we need to rewrite that. I think my moveset would just be vanilla. Alright, let's see if the game crashes. My favorite part of writing code. We should see an animation be different here. Like vanilla. Ah. Alright. Oh, because I didn't jump to the code yet. I removed the jump. Alright, my bad. I removed the jump. Oops. Oops. Which is good because I didn't fix this part to begin with. The jump should be like that. Alright, and then the new bytes for that. That. Alright, now we should see the moveset change. It crashed. Hmm. Alright, so what did I do incorrectly then? I knew I would have something wrong. So let's have a breakpoint in there. Seems to be correct. Checking after that. We could jump back to D for instead of B5, but I doubt that matters. Have a knob instruction between the jumps. Doubt that does anything. 430A, FA do believe that's all correct. And BAA, that plus that. Maybe it is using RAX here that's causing the crash. I would bet that's probably it. I told myself if there was an issue there, that'd probably be it. Right. We have this, we compare that to create a character. So we test this. It's 0, so we jump equal. And return to normal code execution. Okay, it's just loading the BCS for everyone. the screen, so this screen works fine. How's it been another hour already? I expect this to break again once we start loading into the lobby. Although I don't expect it to start reading like anything other than the BCS, so I shouldn't need yeah, we're gonna just let it go. It's probably fine. Yeah, okay. And break it here. Break it once it actually starts loading me into the thing. There we go. Alright, it's loading the BCS. What do we have? RBP is 0, so it's just gonna return the normal code. Now it's 1. Checking if it's a graded character. And it is. It's testing if RBP is 0, and it's not. It's looking here in player list after to see if this is 0. And it is. So we jump to here. We're getting RSP F8. And that gets us here. And we want DA. Oh, okay. Huh. I accidentally set it to follow. Was I wrong? Was it not F8? RSP plus F8. That's why it cracked. .48. $99. Ah. And then DA is 216, right? That correctly? $99. Doesn't
Hmm.
Remember RSI being somewhere close to even. I think should manually move it here. Here, I should place that with nothing and have it just have it fall through. Or if it's jumping equal, it's going here anyway. Store with original. It's have it default to normal code. Because now when I think I start changing things. Here. No? Did I not? Okay, I didn't set a breakpoint. I was stupid. RBP 0, but we run it again. RBP 1, and then... After the CSS is loaded, does this actually have what we're looking for? We add that, browse this, then we move ahead like 430. Probably not enough. Am I forgetting a step here? Oh, right. RSP. 248. We get this. We go there. D8. So we get this. Go there. And then we add like 400 of that. Yeah, now we're okay. Come on, man. What do you mean this this data isn't loaded by the like on the very first start? How do we check that? Cuz all right, now if I go into my code here and set this as like 50, it actually starts doing like the checks I want it to do. It crashed. Alright, well we found one reason for crashing. Find another. Okay, so we know things are okay for the lobby. It breaks on the character selection screen. At the beginning, it breaks because the, like... the registers just aren't what we expect them. Here, put this back at, like, 37. We need to figure that out, but then afterwards, when the data should be correct, it's not. That might just because I'm using RAX. Okay, breakpoint. Put it back at 50. I'm using like the numpad. I'm surprised that's not even changing anything. Keys. Well, whatever. So if we switch... wrong button. Try switching to a character. Does all this. Not a cast character. Like RBP, it is equal, so it goes back to skipping that. Alright, now for the second part. I believe it's like the theme. Goes through all this. It is... create a character. We test that. It's not 0. Yo, howdy Draxer. I've been alright enough. Coding is starting to take its toll on me. So we test this. It's loading... not loading the BCS. Continue. We check player list after. Compare this part to 0, and it is... so we run the code for checking the character select screen. Put RSPFA into RAX. That leads us here. We put RAX plus D8 into RAX. Oh, and then it's off again. Why is it? Is it because I'm... RSP. I think it is because I'm using RA. You know what? Alright, let's, enough checking that for you. Go back to 37. And start running the normal code. Alright, let me sanity check. RSP. Alright, we're here. Go 248 bytes ahead. We're here. Okay. We add this to as a pointer here. Alright. Browse this. Well, 216 bytes ahead. And we're here. Alright. Add that as a pointer. Browse it. Alright. Go here plus... what was it? 438? Yeah, there's our character ID, and above it, selection. Okay. let's step through the code until we start doing things here. All right, so we moved. Okay, it is RA using like RAX. All right, let me set this to 37. Let me let it just load stuff normally. All right. Don't use REX for pointers. Got it. What can we use then? R10, R11. Yeah, we can use R10. Whatever. I think that's still doable. Move R10 and 10. Add R10D. 7 bytes long. Don't make me move things. If we're moving things into EDX, would that be better? Use an RDX for this. Because I believe we can use RDX for addresses and pointers. Ah! Second, my better judgment. Let's do that. Alright. From the top, RBP is 0, so that's not gonna do anything. Alright, 1. Ooh, it's cast character. Ooh, it's 0. So we're on to CSS. Alright, RSP plus RDX 29. Oh, I'm checking things before I push values onto the stack, aren't I? Maybe that's the issue, and the issue wasn't RAX. Hold on. Get into first register. Alright, then we'll force you to do 37 again. Okay. Because right now, because RSP changes each time you push something onto it. Right? Because it's at EO right now. Just give me a new tab. I love opening notepad tabs. Alright. Then if we push something... B-A-B-O? A-A-A-O. Alright, that's... Alright, that's still the right idea, I just, forgot how this gets, like, pushed back 20 bytes. We wanna... Okay, so we can keep this code as it was. I believe. Let's try it again. I was mistaken. Alright, restoring that. Oh, we forgot to put this back to RAX, not RD. Be to RAX, RAX that. Add it. So, now with that. We want. Just to make sure I'm doing math right. Wait, hold on. Because we. It was CO, now it's AO. So it went backwards. We want to go forward 20 more. Yeah, it is, so we do, I believe. Add 20 to it, which 118. Just wanted to double check that. Okay. So we go through this as we would. Wow. It's not 0. Let me fix this. We check player list after if it's been initialized. It has not, so we jump ahead. Oops. We wanted this to be 37, and we wanted this to be 50. So instead of being at 37, we should be at 50. Okay, so we add RSP to RAX. That gets us an actual good thing here. Not by FA, but 118. I feel like I had this problem before when making patches. I completely forgot it was a thing. Okay, and then we add what's that? This offset plus D8 into REX again, and that brings us here. And then we add 438 to it. And that should start us at where character idea. Alright, finally. And then, so this doesn't load all weird, I'm gonna have it just jump to 8F here, so I can restore things. Get through all of this. Just go to 37. Alright, let me... copy this new block of code to save in my hex editor. Go Untitled 6. Alright, we're gonna YOLO it. You're actually gonna change movesets. Not changing the moveset, but that's probably because I still have it going. Actually, no. Why are you not changing the moves? Hold on. Alright, cool. Alright, do this. But RBP is 0, so you're not gonna do anything there. I do this. Not a casket. Not 0. Oh, I'm accidentally overriding the... I need this to not be an R8. Be an R9? Why are you in R8 to begin with? No, R9 is important. Just be R10 then. I could also just be R11. Well, anyway, assuming that's fine. Or we could use RAX. I think that would be better. Because if it's not equal, then we use R10 here. Okay, no, you use R10. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, move that into R10. For that. It is equal, so we do start doing this now. REX, add that. Brings us here. Okay. Then into EDX, we move RAX plus 10. Could it be plus 10? Or should it be plus 12? I guess it doesn't matter. For created characters, this value and this one are always matching, so I guess it doesn't matter. Although, this is the value we end up changing later. Or will end up changing, so I should probably correct this. Oh, not 20. No, 10, 10. 10 is right. I'm stupid. Go back to 65 and rerun that off code. There we go. 1. Test it. It is not 0, so we continue on. Alright, restore the CMS index it was at back to RAX. We put the created character ID into R10. We multiply that value by 100. We subtract 1 from it, in this case it'll be 0, add that together, and that's 2774. So it should be loading the very first like custom moveset. Which makes sense if the moveset ID was 1. We move RBX into 11, because that's the original offset. We want to keep R11 safe. Okay, so we compare Maybe this part is wrong, hold on. No, it's correct. That's where the... Okay, compare that. It's not equal, so we increase the index. add 54 to RBX, which jumps it ahead to the next entry, say no. Then we compare these two values. It is less, so we redo that. We want to keep... I might be stupid. Hold on. If it's equal... Oh, I had it run back to the original code as a placeholder? No, if it's equal, we should go back to restoring values. And I think I have it as 37. Restores the original character ID to RDX. No, which is fine, right? Here, we either do that, or the value is greater and we end up doing the... Which one happens? We run here. We're at this. We're at the character ID that we should be loading. Put the original character ID back. We don't need a Zor REX, but it doesn't really do anything by doing so anyway. Restore the registers we took over. Remove what's in EX plus RBP and all that. Plus 20 to EAX. That is a value. You do a test, jump back. Equal? No. It looks like it's doing things correctly. Oh, okay. No, now it's working. Okay. I wonder what was happening before. Yo, Audi. Audi Nerdy, what am I looking at? You're looking at me trying to code. No, the Xenoverse 2 code is fine. It's my code that's spaghetti code. All this is, like, right here is my own code. Like, I'm just writing it in a block of memory that the game doesn't actually use. Alright, so now we're getting somewhere again. Wish I knew what 7 of your 8 credit cards make Xenoverse 2 soft lock. Really? That sounds weird. Right, what I'm working on is it's a patch I made for, like, not that last version of the game, but like the one before that. It was version like 1.23, I believe, and we're at 1.25. So like 2 game patches ago, I made a mod that allows you to equip different movesets like you would like a skill. So you can change what your character's moveset is. You have the default Earthling moveset here, and then I think this is Bardox. This one is Turles? Forget who this one is. Oh, okay, that's Android 13. Gohan... Abba? Forget who you are. And then that's Videl, one of the newer Videls. This one? Yeah. Alright, my mod lets you go into one of the game menus to like set a different preset on each of your, or no, a different moveset on each of your presets. So you can fight, like customize your guys even more. Alright, so we have it 95% of the way done. Right now, what we're looking at the character select screen, if the animation changing is purely visual, we need to actually write one more patch that like locks it in for whenever you load into a battle. Speaking of locking it in, let's save the code we have currently. Untitled 7. Alright. Right. Can add a breakpoint there. Free from ads? Not like you're missing too much other than me talk to myself as I write the code. Just making sure this part of the code, this like part of the patch like actually works. Alright, so RBP is 0, so nothing different's gonna happen here. RBP is now 1. We go through here, checks if it's a critic character. And it is, so it jumps to this next bar. RBP is not 0. So it's not loading to BCS. We continue. We check player list after to see if it's initialized. It is not. It is 0, so we go to the character select screen part of the code. We look at RSP for the offset to where the character select data is. Move that into RAX. Okay, we move what's in D8 of that into RAX again, and we're left with this. And we add 438 to that, and now we're here, and that... Okay, so it is initialized correctly. Alright, so it shouldn't crash if I unblock it and let it run as normal. Yeah, okay. Alright, so it doesn't crash. That's good. Oh, okay. We're gonna need to test the loading into a quest later, but... Actually, if we load into a quest later, like if it's initialized, if it's equal, we end up... Or not equal, and not that, and we jump here. What are we doing? Oh, we're getting the data from player list after? Oh, no, we're checking what player ID we're currently loading from. If it's above 5, like purely NPC stuff, we load things as normal. We shouldn't ever have like a cast character at this point. Or a created character at this point anyway, but you know. Always good to have fallbacks just in case. Then after that, we check player list after. Multiplying... Yeah, just basically moving the offset to the current player ID is... Okay, so I'm thinking about it, and I don't think this is gonna work for quests. It works for the character select screen, but I think I need to do a bit more for it to actually get the correct moveset ID for quests. Because the reason this patch will work on the character select screen is because we're getting the moveset ID as we look like look at the presets themselves. If we skip the character select screen entirely, then we never fix and find out what the moveset ID should be. So to do that, space we got left here, a decent bit. To do that, I will sorry, how do I do this? At this point, what? I think I'm thinking too far ahead of myself again. This exact block of code, its purpose is just to load the files. This code assumes that we already corrected the moveset ID. Doing that in the CSS is fine. How do we do that when we don't load the CSS? At what points do you not load the character select screen? Is it only for quests? Like story quests, single player stuff? I think when doing anything in multiplayer, you always load the character select screen. I think even in lobby battles? I don't know if Reach Out's still here. Maybe I'll ping him on Discord about that. Cause you always load a character select screen for like online kind of stuff in Xenoverse. Quests, like versus battles, whatever, then we don't need to worry about the ID. Maybe. I wonder... What did my original block of code even... Alright, Battle Tours, well, you load, Alright, Battle Tours and Cross Versus is where the moveset patch might not work online, but I think it should work online and everything else. I hope. I'll assume. I don't think many people are doing Cross Versus or the Battle Tours online modded, so I'm gonna not worry about that. Those are very niche things, I think. Okay, what did this block of code do again? It's how I fixed the moveset before. Whoa. Of this. Let's have it at like A80. Why not? It's relatively short code. What I do... also, what am I... What do I... Oh, I patch when it copies the... When it copies the costume ID to the actual list, right? So I think I still use this bit of code. Alright, I think I can still use this bit of code. The difference is... I don't need... No, I still need to do all this. Alright, so what... Because what is it? It checks if it's a cast character. If it's not... Then it gets the... It's a value from 7. Oh, it gets the save slot ID. That's what's at 7-8 here. And then it loads the save offset, goes to where the moveset, like, settings are saved. Multiplies the save value to get to the correct character. Adds it together. And then R9 is the moveset ID, so it just adds those. And goes on its way. If we change the moveset ID on the character select screen, then the moveset ID is already correct. So we... Alright, so we still use this code, but only... Only when we haven't selected a character on the CSS. I wonder how we go about figuring that out. Hmm. I guess I could do something similar to what I've done in other patches, where I write an offset somewhere, like in this save file, like a temporary space. Like the game, when it loads your save file, it keeps a copy of that, like somewhere in memory, and then when it like, whenever your game saves, it updates that. Like it reloads the save file into there, changes it, and then saves it back. Not actually you like changing stuff in that section of memory doesn't actually change any of your save data. So I can do what I'd usually do, right? Something in a save file that's like a temp thing. Then if it's just not there, then there's gotta be a better way. Hmm. It's been another couple hours. So I'm gonna think about this a little bit more. Let's take a quick break here. Quick BRB while I get the last of my coffee and stretch my legs a bit and whatnot. We're almost here. With the patch is almost complete, I think. Getting there. Alright, see you in a few minutes. Okay. Howdy, howdy. Ah. I'm not any closer to having an idea how to handle not being on the character select screen. If you're on here, it's easy enough. Here, let's continue working on the code. With the just getting the character select screen like working. Here, we'll leave all that blank space there. Clear that. Yeah, and AO is where we'll start writing the. So. Let's just. Right, and it was somewhere in here. Or is it? No, we wanna do something about this. Because this is when it starts writing the... Wow, a whole bunch of junk stuff. Got bookmark. A set bookmark. Set it there. That AF. Yeah, it's the VFX. Right, okay, there. Yeah, let me just quickly put a breakpoint right there, so I already have REX where I need to. Get rid of this stuff. Add that. There we go. That's all I wanted. Oh, here's where it puts the data for the characters as soon as you pick them. And that's... But it does that after... It grabs the data from here, from down here. Character ID, preset slot, etc. And this is where I'm reading Because if we just stop this here. No, no, we want to read the data from here because this updates as soon as you like see the different presets changing. Okay, okay, no, no, yeah, yeah, yeah. So here, this call is when it starts writing what this new data should be. At this point... Wait, where did I... Over here. Yeah, okay. This point it loads the... Oops. Oh, that I had Minecraft installed. It loads... the character ID, RDX. 48. Oops. Alright, D. Save slot ID. I don't think it loads that into register anywhere. So we'll have to get that ourselves. But it loads these two. Or I guess it's like... we don't... Well, we'll probably still keep this information, like... the bottom where... we might want to grab it again. But here we have 2 of the 3 things we need. To get the 3rd thing, we just gotta move that into... into some sort of register for us to use. Keeping it or changing one of these values to be it doesn't matter for us. The only thing we care about is changing what the costume ID even is. So the plan would be... use the info from this point to figure out what the moveset ID is. We move it into R8. And then we also overwrite the value that's here to be the new value, right? No, because this is overriding... no, this is... no, wait, no, yeah, we gotta change this to be something different at this point. If I let this run, it's already... yeah, as soon as it hits this point, this value is changed. So we gotta overwrite it. Okay, okay. There we go. Got to bring cheat engine back. So yeah, we... used info at this point. I know the moveset ideas. Overwrite the old one, and then also store it in R8. And we should be good for the CSS actually loading what the correct moveset files are, as well as whenever we select and load things, it should actually load into battle correctly. Ow. Thinking a bit more. Alright, the rest of the code that we have should still work. Right. Alright, so... I think the... Actually... I think the code that we had here originally can still apply. I think I want to be careful what register to use and whatnot, though. Not 830. Not AO, actually. AO. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we still want to do the create character check. When we step into here... It's immediately getting rid of R14. We can use that as like a... We don't need it. We don't need this. Need this. Start closing tabs so I don't get confused. Alright, so R14, R15. BP also gets changed, as well as RDI. I probably don't want to mess with those too much. REX also... No, REX is used. We don't want to do that. Actually, no, it's pushing these before using them. I'll just have to do some push. That's... Well, in space, but not that low. So... what is... Have this in there for now. Get rid of it. We want a couple registers. I think... I think we'll just use 10, 11. Or 10... Push R11. I don't know if we need RAX. I will go ahead and push that anyway. Just one extra byte to do so. And we Zor it. We move. Yeah, RDX is the current character I do. That. The R10. H to 10. That. Cast. If it's equal to cast card, we're gonna get rid of that for now. Yeah, this was for different things. So about that. What do we... It's a call and then a jump back here. Yeah, should make things easier on me. How big is that freaking call? Alright, original code. 5 bytes. So all this will probably need to be moved down 1 extra byte. Only... There we go. And this will need a power being different. Do a jump not equal to that. This point here. As it's not a fast character. I think at this point we're checking what the set ID should. Alright, so there's no zero check we gotta do because we don't know what the moveset ID is yet. We gotta get the ID, check if it's 0, and if it is, then we restore the values. Oh. So far, we haven't really changed anything other than what we pushed. Fine on that end. Alright, so let's move the save slot? Yeah, we need the save slot ID, so we'll move that into RAX. That should, at this point, still be RBX, right? Or RDI. Not RBX. RDI. And we're not changing RDI by the time we get to the call, so that should be fine. Alright, so... at this point, EAX is only 0 or 1, so we don't need to worry about clearing it. Uh, 450. So we move into our... I guess it could be X. RDI plus 450? 6 bytes long. And that'll be our save slot. So we can actually just straight up take this code as is and immediately multiply it. Save pointers here. We don't need R10 anymore, so we can move into R10, the save pointer. Alright, and then we're... adding the R10, this offset, that moves it. Oh, we can just knock the rest of this. It'll be much larger. Get rid of that. Basically, but whatever. Get rid of that. Get the save offset. Move ahead at this many bytes. And then... yeah, might as well just add it to RAX. So RAX has like the final save offset that we have, yeah? Oh, and then we also do another add. We add in what the RAS. Add in the preset selected, which would be costume ID, which in the case of this point is in R8. Now we should be... now we should be... where the moveset should be. And we want to move... move 0 extended. And R10. The byte RAX. Instead of adding R8 to RAX, we could just do RAX plus R8. We could do this same thing. Probably not. It's probably just better just to keep it like that. Alright, whatever. So we get the bite. It's at the save offset plus the preset selected. Put it into R10. Alright, now we can test R10. Or actually, yeah, if it's... No, okay, we want to have the restoration code, I guess. We so far only used R... We didn't even use R11. Save 2 bytes and get that out of here. Because at this point, we already have the moveset ID we want. We don't need anything else. Alright, sure. This goes. That's supposed to be EA. That's supposed to be FO. Yeah. I'm gonna shift everything by 2 bytes and be annoyed. Oh. 3. Yay. Yeah, okay. So... Up our reacts. Maybe I want to reverse those. No, because we want to restore these no matter what. The easier way of doing this. Restore code or restore code at the end. Actually, no, we'll do the move first. If it's not 0, we move... Actually, hold on. Guess it doesn't matter how I do this. R10, R10D, it's all the same. With the space for the jump instruction, and then we... After the test, if it's not equal to 0, then we continue with moving... not R10D, we move... Where did you save it? R8? Yeah. Move into R8D, the new value, which is R10. And then we... The pops. And jump to the call. Jump there. Then if it is equal, then we just jump ahead past the move. We essentially changed nothing. Test if it's 0. If it is, just restore things, go back. If it isn't, move our new value to moveset ID to replace the old. Oh, we forgot to... Right. We're meant to be replacing the value at RDI. Right. Alright, so we do that. And we also move into RDI plus 448? Yeah. Replace what was there with our new R10. Then this needs to be 52. Up RAX. Up R10. Wrong one. Whatever, just... I don't know why I want to make things more complicated. Jump there. Then we jump. Alright. Our move's ID is 0. If it is... Oh, we have a jump instruction. Jump equal. If it is equal to 0, do the pops return normal code. If it's not equal to 0, set the new value as the custom ID, and then go back to normal. Okay. And we'll just fill this with like interrupt things, just because I like using that as spacers to align things by 16 bytes. I cram a whole lot more code together if I don't do that, but... Okay. So... this... is actually, we'll keep this older version in here. Just put it at the top there, I guess. And we'll call them moveset setup CSS, because that's basically what this modifies. It starts at AOO. Do one more look over because I'm never confident in what I write. RDX, which is vector value into R10. Clear RAX. Maybe I should have that not as EAX but RAX. 3 bytes long. We're just... Let's hope it's never more than anything. I mean, we push it, so whatever. Whatever, it'll probably be fun. It's not equal to create a character. If it's equal to cast character, fall through normal stuff. Um. Okay. Looks good. Can it change anything? Alright. Can paste that as is there. AO, and we want to have this. Select that we're jumping at AO. Here's what we're changing. Let's copy this. Have it be a bit earlier. This. Have that replaced with that. Your moves. Okay, that should be fine. So my closing tag's good. There we are. Alright, and we're replacing 1, 2, 3. The 5th index. And we're replacing it with a jump to our code. Let's jump twice. JJ! Just do that. There we go. That fits in nicely. That. Alright, so this should be set up correctly. Alright, change a preset. Oops. There you are. Alright, so we're at our code. Push. Push. We pushed them in the reversed order, right? Or pop them in reverse. Clear that. Move RDX into R10. Subtract it. Compare. Set. Est. Not equal. Oh, okay. I'm seeing an issue. All right. So where you set breakpoints and tests. If it wasn't a created character that I'm using right now, it would have just went straight for the call instead of going to the part of the code that restores things. Alright, I know how to fix this. What we want to do Be a little bit messy, but whatever. Here. Things will be off by like 2 bytes again. Just FO, right? Guess we wouldn't go here. Where is it in my history? Yeah, it is FO. But 9-3 has to jump. It was only 2 bytes, like that makes sense. But if it's not equal, then we jump ahead. Not 21, but 23. If it was equal, then we want to jump to here. There we go. Just jumping to here would restore the 2 registers that we just used, and then it jumps back to the call. Okay, there we go. We fixed it! Let me make sure things are... Yeah, the rest of it looks fine. So it's not equal, so we jump to this, move RDI plus 450. And EAX. Yeah, let me make sure. RDI plus 438 is, yeah, okay. Okay. 48. Or 38. 40. 48, this 5 here, 50. That looks to be correct. Multiply it by 0, still 0. Move the save offset into R10, and that is indeed a save offset. Add 17B double O to it. That's where I have my moveset ID stored. That is correct. Add our save offset to it. Or save slot offset, rather. First save slot, so it's 0, so we add nothing. And then we move the byte at this offset plus 5. So 0, 1, 2, 4, 5. So it should load a 6 in R10. And it does. We test it to make sure it's not 0. It's not. So we move. We have an R10 into R8. Go back to RDI. Go here, and it should replace this 5 with the now 6 that we have. And it does. And restores RAX, restores R10. It jumps us to the call. And it goes here, and this jumps us back to the test. It does, and things resume as normal. Okay, so if I hover over my first preset, it should show Supreme Kai of Times. We're good. Breakpoint. Alright. Yeah, I had Zarbon on preset 1, actually. I had an old screenshot of what I have equipped on each preset. Only one I changed was the first one since then, and that's the Supreme Kind of Time. So moveset 1 should be Zarbon, and it looks like it is. Android 13. Future Gohan. Next is Ginyu. That's what that... Oh yeah, that looks like him. Super Baby 2. Videl, and then Turles. Yeah. Does it work for the other characters? I don't think I have, like, preset stuff set. I had it for these last two. Majin? And they're loading different movesets, like moveset animations. Not the same ones as player 1, like in the same order. Malmajins have no... Well, flipping through them should be default no matter what, because I don't have any movesets installed. That seems to still be doing that. And I had a lot of, like, DLC outfits installed on a lot of these characters, so now they're just naked, dude. Anyway... we got that part of the code working. If I... let's see. Player list before. We should see this update with 9? Or an 8. I think a 9. Because that's what we have as... even the right spot? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we have as this for our first. We select that. What's saved here is 9. And then just whoever, who cares. And then once we're on the stage select, the setup player list should be filled in, and it does have 9. And I think we should be fine to load into... Damn it. Something happened. Alright, we need to test that then. How's that been another hour? Oh. Oh, we're gonna need to close the game and actually save the changes to our patch we made earlier. There we go. Fine. $800? I accidentally mess up an offset somewhere, did I? That should be fine, because we're... check one at the very top. All these other patches should still be the same. Looks correct. it properly jumps back to this. Properly jumps to the top of that. Okay. Let's load in and see why it crashed. Oh, more Reg and Clink. Oh, man. I'm about ready to start making lunch. It's been solid like 5 hours here already. Holy. Alright, so things should be fine. Not for that. Did I forget to fix something? What did I... Did it break? It was working earlier. Alright, to top of it. We'll put a breakpoint there. Or actually, didn't I... Was this actually any different than what I currently have in the actual patch file? Oh, it is! Oops. Hold on, so if I... Oh, was it me still loading from F8 and... Ah, okay. Okay. So fix that. So that we don't crash when going on the ESS. Actually, double check that I saved after pasting that in. Yeah, okay. We love forgetting to save our changes. Ow. Hitting me with a wrench. I wonder which wrench that is. I think I have like 4 different wrench models that could appear. Alright. Alright, it shouldn't crash. It's what... Okay, see? Okay. We still got up to this part, fine. Ah, no, that's not my Chi engine. There it is. Alright, so let's just go ahead and select electrons. Put a breakpoint in here, because it's going to run that code again whenever it starts loading the actual stage. Okay. So here, RBP 0, so it's not going to do anything here anyway. Okay, now it's 1. So we're just checking if it's a created character. And it is, so now we test RBP. And it's not 0. So now we move the... Let's see. Yeah. Player list app. This isn't gonna be 0. Okay, so we continue. We compare R15 to 1. It's not. If it was, we end up restoring things. It's not, so we go over here. This is how we... Cylinder 10. Current clarity 0. We do that. Oh, what am I doing? Alright, I forgot to do R10. That was the issue. Still at it says RAX. Oops. And RAX is just a 1, so that's why it was crashing on load. Okay, okay, so... Make sure that little fix there is... Oh. Yeah. Make sure that fix there is good. So R10, and R10 again. That gets us here. And then 18 is 0. Compare it to 5. It's not above. So it's an actual character. Right now we move what's in here. See, 70, which is just after offset. Offset it by 74. Yeah, because that gets us to the start here. Yeah, and then we multiply R10 by 1FO. Add that to R11, which is 0, so we just stay here. And then we move what's in R11 from the EDX. Is that what we want to do? I think so. If we move that, it's 9. Then we jump here. Yeah. And we're testing that to see if it's 0. If it's equal, then we go back to restoration code. But it's not equal, so we continue. Yeah. Remove R9 back into RAX. Move R8 into R10, player ID. Seems a bit much to check for it twice, right? I think we don't need to do that. I think the frickin' the fatigue making me write things that are extremely redundant, but whatever, we get through all that. I assume by the time we reach here, run to... Yeah, we have the correct ID. We already have the correct offset, rather, yeah. Okay, now that we're not using the wrong register when it was trying to get the player ID, things should be fine and shouldn't crash, and it should load me with the Supreme Kai time moveset. It messed up my outfit. Huh. That's a new one. Are the sound effects and stuff working at least? Oops. the visual effects are. Here, let me try that again without the. Should I not restore? Ah. Hmm. When it gets to the end here. Oh. Here, right here. Instead of 37, let's go to 30A. The game actually using the costume ID for the character? Surely not. Ah. It might be. It was save that. Do. Where are you? Like CF. Yeah, here. Let's restore you with the original code. That's, I don't know what the calling. Uh oh. We'll set that as 5. Come on, where... Is it this? Yeah, okay. So restore this with this. And I assume with that, it doesn't write the moveset ID anymore, which is correct. Huh. So this patch was fine. It's when it's... Oh, that's what I wanted. Okay, so let it be whatever. Is it actually using this value? Like if I... Obviously, if I set that to 0... Ah, okay. Let me run another test. How's this value red? Can I have something about when those values are red? Right, yeah, this part. Right, 38 plus 4 plus 8 plus C. Oh, they're all 4-byte thing, it looks like. X 4 8 C 10 0 4 8 E N and then start of the new one, huh? Which one of these is save slot IDs? 50. So that saves here. So what if we put that there? Where does that end up? Here, let me also add that there. It doesn't end up anywhere in here. As expected. The hell is... Or 44. I have notes about that in my thing. This is about something else. Put 09 here. How does that look in the player list? Oh, nothing about that is written anywhere, it looks like. Okay. Okay, select that. Like, it's written as 4 bytes, but the moveset ID can't actually be more than 2. I wonder what happens if I put it in the 3rd byte. The game does not like it in the byte there. Okay, so what I need to do... Because the outfit loads correctly if you were to put in the moveset ID after the player list was filled. So something about the costume might, or maybe it's maybe it has to do with yeah, let's get back to that point. Because let's see. Moveset loaded, yada yada. Let's this back. I wish there was a proper way to get the pointer for this. Anyway. Like, we lock it in, we have the moveset ID there, but what if we make it 0 again? Lock this in. And then we go back and edit this with the moveset ID after we're already here. Yeah, we have the correct alpha. Actually, yeah, moveset. X working. Alright, so it's... Okay. Solved. I forgot that this changes each time you exit the CSS. Alright, so it's as soon as you exit the CSS with the value already in here. Right? Just to do one more confirmation where we leave things as is and load a stage. I have to find RDI again, but whatever. Yeah. We just do that. There we go. Alright, so let's... Oops. Select our preset here. And let's just, for now, find out what accesses this thing. This value, like, after I select trunks here. One instruction accesses it. One? Just one. It moves what's in... No, it moves what's in EDI to RBP, right? No. I guess it reads the value, puts it in EAX, and then it moves it. That really it? There. Well, do that. Breakpoint. Trunks. And if we... I doubt it. We change that into 0 and then let it continue. Wow, that only runs for creator characters, apparently. If we look at player list before... Yeah, it's... Okay, so what is the game doing with the value after it... 1 loads it, and 2 saves it here. In RBP... minus 68? We want another break on the access when this gets changed. Here we go. And it's loading with RPP 68 into R8D. Alright. Get rid of that because that's probably going to change into something random soon. Continue. We loaded it into 8D. Loading some more data. Step into here. DX. If we look at player list before... Not here yet. EX into AX. Move R9 into RCX plus RAX0 plus another EC. That's there. Right? Yeah. And this isn't in player list before. Okay, what if I... What if I change this to a 0 at this point and then let things run as normal? Player list before still has 9, but if I go into a game, is my outfit fine again? It is not. Alright, so it's a bit later that the 9 matters, huh? Actually, thinking about it, are my skills okay? No. Ah. Get back here. Our A is 9. Return. $68. Maybe we should go here. And just do another break on access. Loading that into R9 again. A whole bunch of stuff. R9 into RSP34. Alright, what if I just change that back to 0 and let the code run as usual? Oops. So look at player list before. It still has the 9. Okay, there's the outfit. How about my skills? So here... This ran for like both characters or only cast? Or like cast and creative characters? Only creative characters. Looked like a cast character thing to me. And run again. Oh, yep. Looks like R8 has the character ID. Yeah, R865, and then we just change that to a 0 real quick. Okay, and then if we look at player list before... Does not have the 9? If we just let it run as normal, it does have the 9. Oh, maybe we keep our 9... like... in the R9 register, but... instead of writing it here, we keep it 0. And then if we look at player before... it's written. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Okay. So we patched this to check what the player ID is. And if it's... well, hold on. Let me check something. So this would be 0, 1, 2. Seven. Alright, let me check something. If you load into this, the be Turles moveset or whatever. Step through until R8 equals our character ID, which would be that. Alright, if we change not that to 0. RSP. We change this 8 to a 0. And then continued. Is it gonna load my armor or the default? Okay, so this ID isn't as simple as just making it 0. I'm just gonna have like my first preset, like only 2 skills, yeah. Oops. Didn't mean to exit. Okay, so I need to change it to match what the actual preset ID should be. Is there an easy way to do that? Let's see, let's run it until we have... Art, hold on. That's something that's easy to work with. Should be preset 4. Right? 0, 1, 2. So we run this. We have a 5 here. Keep preset 4 and we currently have in the register. Obviously nothing there. We do does that actually update curve? I don't think RCX is anything useful. RSI? That's the order on my characters. RBP is character like name and stats. A little bit of a tough one. Because I need to keep R9 the same, but the value I put into RSP34 here needs to be the actual, like, preset ID. By the time we're... No, because it's still 9, it's not 5, it didn't update. Here, let me see if it actually... Oops. Great point. It's actually changing as we... I don't think so. I think this only updates when it's files. Well... RDX. R15. The DI... 15. Okay, 15 went down 1. Both went up 1. DX? I wanna check something. Let's see, where does R9 even... It starts getting data from this point. Okay. Hmm. Seven. When it gets to this point. We have the level, our character, preset, what I assume is the level, like... I want to get this section again. I want to try something. If I write a value into here, let's try... Oh. 1, 1. DB makes it off. Okay. That has nothing to do with our character. Here does this. Actually, one of those did. What the hell? Again? Oh, or maybe. There we go. R9. We have A. Might be that messing with? No, it still wrote A. It's still dumb. Does writing a value... does writing a value into here actually do anything? Really? Ah. I didn't write a value into there that time. Oops. It's... Something might be wrong with me. Select it. Right. Literally anything. Menu. Step into... Why doesn't the data look the same as before? That's certainly wrong. Oh. Oh, would help. It almost works. It's just, I gotta make it select the right preset, like after you already lock it in. We're doing this so I can have 3v3, so I can see if I can find anything that might have the player ID. Would be 5... 7... 8... B... 9... then 1A. Alright, just once we get to this, what we care about. Let it run. 67. So this is player ID 1, not 0. So far, that's just the... So R13, RDI, RDX. Get out of your calculator. If we have the player ID in one of the registers, it has to be one of those. Next is 6A. Well, they're all 2. They should be. That was... The Malmajin was the 3rd player selected. 6B would be 3. Now R15 is something. But we don't really need to worry about that. R15 is weird. So far, DXDI. And 13 seem to be what I want. 69, right? 1A, which is player 5. Okay. That's R13 is now 0 when it shouldn't be. But DX and DI are still what I would expect them to be, and then... Oh! DX turned to 0 like it. So that's probably what I want to use. RDI turned to 6, but... This should be player 1 that it's loading last. So RDX. Really having a hard time. Okay, no. Like, why is it... But no, it's... So what can we reliably do with that information? I don't know. I don't know. Because we... Because we need the preset ID that was originally selected. But we're overriding it with the moveset ID. Preset ID can only be 0 through 7. Be annoying. I'm thinking what? We multiply the original, like, preset ID by, like, 10 or something? And then add the moveset ID to it? No, but you can have up to, like, 100 different things, so what, multiply it. Or maybe not, just shift the byte to the left, and then every time we try to save it somewhere, shift it to the right. Maybe. A lot of complication for this to load correctly. So if I select like 4 here, okay, it's already as a breakpoint. There I am. Yeah. Hmm. Or here. That's not. Wouldn't be here. We end up saving this. Oh, here. We save it in RSP. Oh, it wouldn't be here. Like, even if we... Just the start of exe. This isn't anything. Cracked 438 from... What if I add 438? And let me get the ESS info. Oh, well, we don't need reset 4, but oh, why the hell did you reset? I didn't exit the CSS. Oh no, I just did something weird. Go to anywhere in here. Three. Save 3. Oh, that is moves. Anyway. FF! Huh. Things get weird if you enter and then back out. And then like switch between them again, huh? A little buggy, I guess. But I want to see what happens. If I have, oh, like, one... That should definitely write that. Does it crash before I get to the point where it's somewhere else? Oh, it gets to here. Oh, that's because it's doing trunks first, trunks, then here. Then let's say at this point, we take this, we correct it so it's just 9, and then 2... Am I following it? 2, once it writes it, we correct it again to be 1, because that one was in the higher part of the thing, and then we continue. It should be... I think it should have been 0 actually, not 1, but yeah. It's... Nothing else seems to be broken about this. We checked player before... It's just 9 that it loaded into there. It didn't load the 9 like... Oh, 1. Okay. I think I need to change things slightly. Oh, it's already been 6 hours. So I get real distracted when I'm coding. Time flies. Alright, but... it's... Alright. Almost there. So at this point, R9D needs to have the original preset ID, which is values 0 through 7. What we can do... Like, this is... like 4 bytes. But we only need to... The first 2, rather. So, what we do... is when we select a character in the CSS, we use the second 2 bytes, the ones that are normally unused, that nothing has ever written to. So that XXOO for X would equal the original. No, the X would equal the moveset ID. We'll keep that the same. And then Y would equal the original set ID. So when we get to that point, we just need a... We just need to edit R9 so that... we only used the original preset ID, which... I think can be done if we just shift things to the right by 16, since I think it's in bits. Because that absurdly high value with like the 01, like here, 1 didn't copy over to our player list, and 2 doesn't seem to have affected anything. I think I should have my Hellzone Grenade, Maximum Charge, Spirit Sword. Yeah, I think that was my first preset, yeah. Actually, I have a lot of presets for that. Oops. Nonetheless, I think I know what I should be doing. I just need to modify code a bit more. But I think I'll save that for another time, because it's been 6 hours and all I had for breakfast was this coffee. This mug of coffee, which is just about done. Nice to see I made some progress. Some more progress on here, though. The rewrite seems to be working okay enough so far. Like, it swaps the moveset, like, as you're previewing the stuff on the CSS. So that's good. There's a bit of weirdness if you're, like, swap between them too fast, I think. Or if you select characters, get to the stage select and then back out. Sorry, I've been staring at code while my brain's fried. Or maybe I rewrite how I'm doing the code, because I can avoid editing. Well, I'm gonna have to edit code somewhere. Because I was thinking, when it writes like the moveset ID, where I have like character moveset ID, and then where I would have like the preset ID, whatever preset you chose. I was thinking of swapping it so that's like preset ID first, and then moveset ID. And then just earlier on when it reads that value, whenever it goes to use it somewhere else, I only swap it to where I need it to be. I don't know, I think either way worked well enough. I think leaving the first byte as the moveset ID is better for online. Just to make sure it actually sends through so that your friends with the same like moveset mods equipped, like made to work with the patch, will actually show up correctly on each other's end. Alright, that's another like another day spent on this dumb patch. I'll get it working. I mean, it's already almost working. It loads the effects. It loads sound effects too. I mean, I had the game muted, but that's something I tested a couple days ago, and it worked fine. I'll probably make sure to test again before finalizing things. Loads of VFX, sound effects. The moveset. You're able to preview, like, basically what the animations are on the character select screen. Something I don't need to have done, but I'll do it anyway. I just need to change how I store and read the moveset file, or moveset file. change how I read and store the moveset. Moveset ID, rather. Yeah, yeah. And I need a test quests, like story quests, to make sure that it still properly loads the moveset that you have on your first preset and just doesn't load the default like character moveset. I think one more day and I should have this done. Anyway, that's be it for me. I need to relax and go eat some lunch or something. Who knows? Maybe I'll turn stream back on like later in the evening and work on this some more. Maybe. It's kind of a small migraine. We'll see. In any case, anyone want to watch me? Thanks for watching. See you next time. A bit of a weird stream, I think. Just working on code for way too long. But also didn't really know what to do. I wanted to do songs. Tomorrow I'm actually probably not gonna do anything. If I do, it's probably be something in the evening. Friend S-Jam wants to play Silent Hill F, so I'm gonna be hanging out with him. Friday we get back to Minako. Hopefully I stream more than like 4 chapters total. Saturday will be more of the same. Or like 3 chapters total, I think we did. We didn't even make it to 4. Not sure if I'm doing something Sunday. And then Monday we'll, I don't know, we'll probably get back to playing some more Etrian Odyssey. Till then, see ya, see ya.